These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Who have we got in today? Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. It is Tuesday night. So, who have we got in tonight? Just waiting for people to come in. See how it goes. Lee Swettenham, nice to see you. Thanks for joining, mate. Get this off. Who else have we got in today? So guys, nothing special for the drink this week. Just a nice brew. A cup of tea, Yorkshire tea, mind you. Today just don't feel like having a drink today. Just don't. So I'm not having a drink. So what's everybody else on? What you doing? What you drinking? I'm still rocking the... Come on. Camera messing around. There we are. Still rocking the Sidekick and the Vortex. Just keep gravitating towards this Mech at the moment. So thanks for joining. Thanks for dropping in. So same build as I did on the live stream when I did build this. I've just vaping on some... Let's sort this out. So I'm vaping on some Dubai chocolate. I am getting to the end of this and it's getting a bit sad. I'm getting to the end of this. This is what I've got on here. Goes well with a brew, cup of tea. So can't complain with that. Oh, right. What flavour is that, Lee? Is that an IPA? Sounds proper, that. Tank petrol dip. Just wait to see if anybody else might drop in before we get started. Drip that up a bit more. Like I say, I'm getting to the end of this. Is very little in there, using it sparingly. .5, wow. I mean, I like the Golden Bertha from Northern Monk. I don't know if you ever tried that or you're a stout lover, Lee. But I like more of me flavoured stouts and sours more than IPAs and stuff. But I have known to drink one or two. Right, guys. Let's get started. So today I'm going to be working with ribbon wire again. I'm going to be doing more or less the same build, but I'm going to be going down with a thinner wire. Last week I did 26 gauge with 0.4 ribbon. Today I'm doing 28 gauge with 0.3 ribbon, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 0.3 ribbon, so slightly on small. I'm doing it that way because of the RDA that I'm going to be building on, which I will show you. You might be able to see here, I've got this new little rig here, so hopefully close-ups and seeing what I'm doing is going to be much more better in today's live stream. or Eat a Mess. I can't remember if I've tried that one, Lee. So even though I've got a better setup here, I will be moving the camera. I will be moving the camera to get you in place, but hopefully here you'll have a better top-down view and a view of what I'm doing when I'm doing it, rather than me using the stand that I use up here, where it's only here and I can only bend it down, and it's no good. So hopefully this'll help a bit. So I'll get you moved.
Buttons. There we are. So where's my buttons on this? There we are. And I've got you the wrong way. That's a good start, isn't it? Got you the wrong way. Right, where's my buttons? There we are. And we've got you there. Let me plug some power into that. And there we are. How are you liking this, guys? For a view. So you get a view of the desk above what I'm doing, so you can see what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and stuff like that. And then obviously when I'm doing stuff, the building wise, you'll get a proper view of what I'm doing rather than just seeing bits of it, hopefully. Anyway. So let's see. So for anybody that's in here who's always jumping in here, if Nightbot goes off on one and says you're spamming, just ignore it, because I've turned off more or less everything and it still says people are spamming. So just ignore it. I don't think you're spamming. It's alive. You're supposed to be interacting with me and stuff like that. So I did get this out once before, a couple of streams back, but when I took the top cap off, it was absolutely filthy in there. Look at that, that's a lot better view that now. So yeah, it is the Velocity Mini. So it is a clone, because Avid Vapor that made the original Velocity never brought out a Mini. But this is slightly shorter than the original. Let me... I do have a normal Velocity, still a clone, but yeah, that's the full size one, and that's the mini one that I've got. So like I said, I did get this out on a previous stream, but it was absolutely filthy. When I took the top cap off, everything was rusty and stuff, so it is being completely broken down and cleaned. So the 510's been out and given a good clean and polish up. That's a copper 510, 22 millimeters in diameter. And like I say, just like the OG Velocity, just slightly shorter. So the deck space and everything is exactly the same as to the original one. You just got a slightly more condensed chamber. So there. That's what you're working with, Velocity style deck. This is the RDA that brought this style deck out, the Velocity style deck. So I don't know if you remember, but when I took it out before, all that was rusty on the side. That is just a bit, but all that was rusty. All the screws were rusty and everything, and they've been out and cleaned properly. Everything's been cleaned. It's been completely dismantled like that. So that's your Velocity style deck. Top cap, exactly the same as the Velocity, big chuff style cap. It came with a 510 adapter to use your 510 drip tips. Big chuff drip tip like that. That went on the top. There we are. And then inside, oh, what's that? Okay. Didn't notice that before. I'm assuming at some point the coils have been too close to that drip tip. But there we are. Nothing special, it's not conical like they came back in the day. You have got a tab just there that corresponds with your deck, just like the OG Velocity. On that side, it has a little dimple there on the deck that sits inside your top cap, just there like that. Where's that dimple? There's that dimple there. So it was one of the first RDAs that obviously it'd line your airflow directly in front of your coils, and then you got your airflow on the outside. So this came with direct and indirect airflow, just like the OG. So this is threaded, this top bit, and that's how you adjust your thingy. So there, it's like a little face. So you've got your indirect airflow, which will go underneath the coils, and then you've got your direct airflow where the two eyes are basically, and that goes all the way around, which is the same. So only can be done in dual coil, no single coil option with this one. So you can really dial in how you want your airflow, whether you want it high or even just knock down your indirect airflow and have direct airflow, or vice versa. You can just have your indirect airflow on for a tighter vape and your direct airflow turned off like that. So that's the top cap. There we are. So that's the RDA. So depending on how the build goes, depends on what device I put it on. I do have a device that I want to put it on, but obviously we'll see how that goes. So let me just put that quickly away. So I'm going to readjust you now so you can see me a little bit better. Well, see what I'm doing on my desk a little bit better, and we'll get on with the build. So let me do that. So there we are. So you can see what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So guys, do you like this? Do you like this view better, the way I've got it set up like this, rather than it being here that I'm trying to bend down? At least here you can see everything, what my hands are doing and everything like that. And I just want to bring it up just slightly. Yeah. Perfect. So let's get focus in order. So we're here. There we are. That's a little bit better. So let's have a drink of the brew. So what I want to be using, like I say, I'm doing a same Fralian, but I'm doing it on a slightly smaller wire, obviously to fit in that Velocity RDA. And at least this way you can't see me shuffle on me chair. So ribbon wire that I'm going to be using is going to be a 0.3. Same. Thanks, Lee. So we've got 0.3 ribbon wire is what I'm going to be using for the ribbons. 28 gauge nichrome stainless steel. As you can see, 28 gauge. It's a 0.3 in diameter, hence I'm using 0.3 ribbons. And then I'm wrapping that in 38 gauge. So normally I'd use 36 gauge for when I'm using 26 gauge bills, but today I'm going to be using 28 gauge for my alien wrap. So that's what I'm going to be doing there. So a few tools that you'll need. Some pliers just here. I'm going to use 2 because I want to stretch my wire a bit. Without saying all the time, you need a small pair of scissors. I use scissors to cut my ribbon wire because it's a bit more nice and cleaner than just using normal snips. And I do have some new snips here that are a lot better than my other ones. So ribbon wire, like I say, ribbon wire is just here. So I'm going to pull off, how many pieces of ribbon I'm going to be pulling off is 4 pieces of ribbon wire, which will then be folded in half, which will make a stack of 8 ribbon wires stacked on top of each other. So last week I did 3 pieces of ribbon wire folded in half to make 6 stacked. This week I'm going to be using 4 pieces of ribbon wire folded in half to make an 8 ribbon wire stack. So I will be using my binoculars, but you won't see my stupid face with them on, thankfully now. So let's get some ribbon wire off. So I will be using extra ribbon wire than what I need, just for straightening, cleaning up, chuck, stuff like that. That's what I'll be doing. So when I say I'm going to be straightening it up, I'm not going to be straightening it up on the spool like I would normal round wire. I'm just going to be pulling off what I want, and then obviously taking the 2 pliers here and then just stretching it slightly, just so it straightens it out a bit more and is not so much curved. So I'm trying to stay in camera view. So this is slightly thinner. So the ribbon wire that I was using last week was a 0.4, which is the flat part, which is the top part. So this is a 0.3, so it's 1 millimeter thinner. So like I say, I'm going to be using scissors because you get a slightly better, flusher cut, cleaner cut. So I'm just going to grab this end very carefully, and I want round about 20 inches. So 20 inches works out at around about 51 centimeters. So you see how that's springed out on me like that. That's one of the reasons why I want it to straighten it out, because this one's a bit more flimsy than the 0.4 that I was using. So that's one piece, and then I want another piece. So again, just about 20 inches, which is about 51 centimeters. And again, just going to cut that flush. And again, I want another 2 pieces on it. So the reason why I'm not stretching it on the spool like I would round wire. If I stretch it, I'm probably going to mess up the wire that's already in the spool, which is here. So that's 2. And that's 3. So like I say, it's not even curved, it's spirally. So hence why I will want to straighten it out. So one more piece. So about there, 51, without trying to tangle them all as well together. And then I'm just going to lock off that. So let me just move that down a bit more so you can see what I'm doing. There we are. And then I'm just going to lock that off and secure that. So that's my ribbon wire. So you can't see it correctly on the camera. Let me just zoom you in a bit like that. So you can see the ribbon wires here, how it's all curled, which I don't want that because it's not going to stack properly for me. So I want to take in each individual piece and straighten them out. So being extremely careful with the way I'm going to get one piece. So this is where the 2 pliers come into play. So one end obviously one end I want to secure in the pliers, and then the other end I want to secure in the other set of pliers. But what you've got to make sure that you do also as well is that you keep the wire straight and not twisted. So I've got it straight in there like that, as you can see, and then just running my finger down to nearly the end, and then I'm just going to carefully fold it like that, just so I can get the other end, keeping tight on this side as well. Grab my other pliers, grab the end, very tight, and I know it's straight when I pull it. It's all the same way, and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a little stretch like that. So you see how it's not curly? Well, it's not, it is slightly curled, but it's not spirally like that is. So that's one piece. So carefully grab another piece, making sure it's not tangled up in another piece. So there we are. So again, I am going to grab one end in these pliers like that, run my finger down it, keeping it all straight, and then I'm just going to do that. Grab it with my other pliers like that, pull very, very carefully, making sure it's straight, and then just giving it a little tug like that. And then I've got another straight piece just there like that, and then so forth and so on with the other bits that I've got. So another piece of ribbon wire, there we are. Yeah, that's something I'm working on, Lee, something else that I'm working on, because obviously you can't see what I'm doing. I don't know if this will make it any better. So that is a bit closer to what you can see me doing. Does that help a bit? So get my hands here. So as you can see, I've got the flat piece that I'm putting into here. I'm going to try and put into here. Put into here. And then I'm just going to run my finger down. And again, I'm just going to grab the other end like that. Put this end into my other pliers. And then carefully pull it, because I know it's straight. And then just give it a little tug like that. So that one came out straighter than the other two, so maybe I'm pulling just a smidgen bit too much. So let me adjust you a bit here and move you down so you can see what I'm doing. So again, putting the straight end in the pliers, then running my finger down like that, making sure it's all straight, and then carefully so I have put a little kink in there doing that. So I did have a little kink in there that I just created. So again, like that. And then I'm just going to check that again, because that doesn't look right. So I'm just going to run my finger down extremely carefully. Right, I know I'm off camera, guys. It's just I need to make sure that this doesn't tangle up on me, which it is trying to do. There we are. So there we are. I'm back straight again. Where am I? So you can see the wire there. I'm just going to give it a little tug like so. So let me zoom you out. Aussie Cook, thanks for joining, mate. So, like I say, so I've got my 4 pieces of ribbon just here. So, Aussie Cook, if you've just joined, I'm doing another framed staple coil, Fralian coil, or Fralian. I've just straightened out my wire, but I'm doing it with 28 gauge wire. So I'm just going to move this out of the way for now. That's what I want to do for now. So now that I've got them straightened, more or less straightened and there where I want it to be, I need to do the decor for obviously my alien wrap. So because I'm using 4 pieces, it works out just slightly thicker than a 4-core alien with 28 gauge. So I want to be doing my decor of a slightly thicker piece. So it works out roughly math wise 25 gauge. I haven't got 25 gauge, so I'm going to be doing it off a piece of 26 gauge, which I've already got here. It's just a piece that I've had from a different stream that doesn't get wasted, so I will be using that. So let me adjust you again and get you into a better view of what I'm going to be doing here. So hopefully this will be a bit better. Like I say, I'm going to sort my mat out hopefully soon. I'm just seeing how stuff goes at the moment. That's my 38 gauge. So I'm just going to be very, very careful with my ribbon wire. I'm going to put my little thingy here. I'm going to move my cupper. So working with ribbon wire, if you caught my last week's stream, you will know a lot of preparation goes into it. If you mess up your preparation too much, then obviously it's a no-no. It won't come out correctly. But saying that, I have done where my prep work has been slightly sloppy, but I've been able to recover with it by using a key ring. So Aussie Cook as well. We're building on a Velocity Mini, so it's a 22mm RDA, hence me going down a step in gauge wire. So I've got my little table here, which I'll need here so you can see it a bit better away from the chat. There we are. So little table that I use here. Just here I use my Daedalus Pro drill. You can use any cordless drill that's got a forward and backwards rotation and variable speed. So that's going to be on here. So I'm going to be using my flat chuck just to straighten this piece of 26 gauge out to obviously do my decor. And then once I've got all my ribbons set up and everything ready, I'll be taking this out, taking this flat chuck out and just using the normal chuck, because the flat chuck ends up distorting the flat wire in the build. So all I'm going to do is not do that because I haven't even clamped it down. So I'm using that. I'm just using one of these clamps that you can buy cheap enough, about a £5 or something. That's used just to clamp my drill down, which is here on this side. It's just where you can't see, just to keep that in place. So I'm going to open up my flat chuck. So because my piece of 26 gauge isn't straight, I want it straight. So easy and simple, I'm just going to stick it in my... Well, first I'm going to put an L shape, just make it easier for mounting the wire for doing the loop. So hence why I like to have extra wire. So that way I don't have to take it back out the chuck and put an L in there after straightening it. I can just carry on doing what I'm doing. So this chuck does have a center point to keep your wire centered, which is like that. So what you want to do is you want to straighten your wire. So can I get this where I need it to be? So wire straightened, just grab your pliers like that, hold it at the end like so, and just give it a quick spin. Doesn't matter which direction it is, and then you've got a nice straight piece of wire like that. So let me pull you out a bit like that so you can see a bit better what I'm doing. There we are. So I'm going to pull in my swivel, which is what I will need. So this is how I have my swivel set up, plain and simple. Piece of wood, bench clamp, and some swivels. Now, if you see my post earlier on in the week, you see that I've got some different swivels here because my old ones failed. These seem to be working at the moment. These are ball bearing swivels. They're small, but the ball bearing swivels. So if you're having a swivel set up, always use ball bearing swivels. Don't use anything less because they'll just fail on you either first use or in the middle of you using them. So where have I got this? So where are we? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, because I've made adjustments obviously to this, I've taken some things off and put some things on. Does that make it better? There we are. So sorry guys, even though I have adjusted this and everything, just need to adjust it a little bit more. Does that work now? Does that help? There we are. There, so you can see a little bit better. As I see, I'm still a bit rusty with doing what I'm doing. So here, I want to stick an L in there to mount on my swivel. It just makes it easier to mount into my swivel. So here, so if I just move here, you can see that I've got my swivel just here. And pushing that aside like that. So secure my swivel up. Don't need to be extremely tight. It just needs to be, obviously tight enough for what you want to do with it. So as you can see, there's a lot of slack in this. I'll just take the tension out like that. So you want it about like that. You don't want it. You don't want it. There we are. You don't want it too tight. Obviously, you want it to. So let me lock that in so you can see what I'm doing there. Hopefully. So the L here is for mounting the wire. Same camera, just a different location. I've got an arm here now, Aussie cut. So it's just a normal phone arm. It just gives me a different angle to show you guys of what I am doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to sort out my focus. Focus here. Are you going to stay? So as you can see, wire's just there, not too much tension on there. Nightbot having a fields day. So I'm using 38 gauge Nichrome 80 for this one. So normally I use 36, so I don't think I've ever used 38. I've used 40 gauge. I've never used 38 gauge, but we'll see how we go. So this little bit here is where I'll mount my wire on. So because I'm doing an alien wrap, you want it to be wrapped the opposite way round to how you feel comfortable wrapping. So I like to wrap it over the top. So I want to be doing my D-core wrap underneath. So I want the wire coming underneath it rather than over the top of it. Now, if you're the opposite way, you like to wrap from underneath. This part you need to wrap from over the top. So as you can see, I'm just taking this wire, or I'm trying to take this wire and wrap it around there. Maybe where I can see it pointing at me, it might be better. So there we are. Just going to wrap it around that leg a couple of times just to lock it up. And the good thing about this chuck, as you can see, I can slam it all the way to the end of the chuck. So same again, you want a 90-degree angle. You don't want to be holding your spool too tight, and you just want to make like you would a Clapton, normal Clapton, like that. So like I say, I'm not holding my spool very, very tight. I'm just holding it loosely because I want that core wire to obviously move off that wire. So I won't be Claptoning all this wire. I'll be Claptoning about halfway or 3/4 of the way of it. And you need slightly more Clapton than you would for your alien wrap than your actual wire you're doing your alien wrap on. So you need slightly more. So I've got about 20 inches, so it's going to work out at around about 10 inches halfway. So I want about over 10 inches of Clapton wire that you can see here. So I'm hoping this view is a lot better. I know obviously I might have to get myself a piece of cloth or something to put on here so you can see it a lot better. or you can see what I'm doing a lot better. So like I say, just a normal Clapton at the moment, and then this springy bit here is what we're going to slide off the decore. So I know normal drills will probably spin a lot faster than this, but this is what I'm working with. So this is the part of any alien build that if you mess up or go back on yourself, you can correct it. But once you've decored it and done your stretch, you can't correct it. So at this point, if you go back on yourself, just stop, reverse the drill, take it off, and then start again and clean it up. So this is where we're at so far. So I'm hoping this view is a little bit better for you guys. So I'm just going to move you slightly. So you can see what I'm doing. So keeping the wraps nice and tight, but not so tight that you can't slide it off the core wire. So this is basically what you're doing. You just clapped in it. Yeah, maybe white would be a bit too much. I might have to maybe do something a bit dark, Aussie Cup, because obviously this doesn't reflect very well with my mat being colourful. So I'm just going to stop it just there. What I want to do is I want to just quickly measure how much decor I've got there. So just got a normal tape measure, and I'm just going to measure how much decor I've got. So I still need a bit more, so I'm going to carry on. So I'm going to carry on a bit longer. So with everything folded in half, and then obviously all the bits or all the ends being cleared up, I'm looking at about 23 to 20, about 23 centimeters of wire that I need to more or less Clapton, or 20 centimeters. So what I wanted to have more than 20 centimeters of decor. It's just how it works. So say like if you've got 20 centimeters of wire you want to Clapton, you need about 25 centimeters of decor. So I'm just going to pivot you there a bit. I just need a little bit more. So like I say, I'm not going to Clapton this full length of wire. I just want enough for what I'm building. So I'll stop about there. That should be fine. So as always, I want to leave a little bit of a tail on there, and then it'll recoil back as well. So that's one of the reasons you need just slightly extra wire, because it'll recoil. So you see how I was here and it's recoiled back to there, and it will still move a little bit as well. So let me just quickly lock off my wire. So I normally throw these little plastic tabs away, but I end up wasting a bit of wire just to get it to sit in the groove of the spool. So just using the sticker. So now that is my decor that is done. So let me just zoom you out a bit like that. So there we are. So that is the decor done and ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get you in close here so you can see what I mean. Making sure that I'm not messing up any of my wire. So let me get this focused in like that. So as you can see, if I just nudge this, you see how that wire moves on there? Obviously it's not going to move because it's secured onto there. So I'm just going to give that quick snip like that. And as you can see, this core wire now will see how it slides off that wire. So that's what you want. You want it so you can decore it. So that's the decore for the alien part. So what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly show you exactly what I'm doing. Take my auto lock off. There we are. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to snip here where my swivel is. So these new snips that I've got are brilliant as well. It gives it a nice clean cut. So I'm just going to take my decore here and just slide it off the end there. So this is your decore, all nice and ready. So each end has got a little bit of a tab, easier for pulling and mounting. So that is the decore. So I don't need this 26 gauge anymore. So I'm just going to carefully put that there out of the way so I don't mess it up or do anything. So again, this piece of wire will not get wasted, it'll get used again. Right guys, let's get on with setting up our ribbon wire. So with the ribbon wire, obviously you've got to get it stacked on top of each other. So this bit is what can be the fiddly bit of the build. Come on, focus. There we are. This bit can be the fiddly bit of the build, getting it stacked and everything and neatly together. Now, once you've got them stacked and everything, obviously you don't want them whisking away or anything or flapping about. Some people use water, some people use spit. I don't use spit. I've just got a little cup here with a sponge in, and I've just got some plain base mix, VG and PG in there. It makes it sticky enough for the ribbon wire to more or less stay together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to carefully grab my ribbon wire like so. Now I'm going to be off camera for a second here because I just want to get them all stacked. So you can see what I'm doing. So what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to get them all nicely stacked on top of each other. Now what I want to do at this end is I want to make sure everything's all level and in line the way it should be, which that one isn't. I need to pull that one a bit. So I want it more or less all flush like that. Come on. So all stacked up on each other like that. So now that end has more or less all lined up like that, I just want to trim the ends. So using a pair of scissors again, just because you get a cleaner cut. There we are. So they're still all stacked up on each other. So I just want to go about halfway. So this is where this comes into play. I'm just going to dip my finger in this. So my finger is wet with juice, like that, or base mix. And then I'm just going to slide my fingers down the wire. And then what this will do is it'll keep it all together and in place, more or less. So I'm just going to quickly turn this round and then do the same on the other side. I'm going to slide my fingers down like so, just so it all sits and stacks up. So can you see now, when I let go, they're all together. Here we are. So they're all together, they're not flapping about or anything. So that's that side. So what I want to do is I want to run my finger down here again on this end, and it's got little bits there, and I just want to do the same. I just want to clean it up, give it a nice clean snip like that. And I don't want to be using my pliers, I just want to be using some scissors because it works a lot better. There we are. So I'm still trying to sort out a best angle and stuff for this. So now that is stacked and ready, I want to bring in my swivel. So this is just for mounting purposes. I want to bring in my swivel just like this, so you can see what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So what I want to do is, with one end of my ribbon wire, like that, where are we? Like that, I'm going to carefully thread through my swivel like so. Now don't worry too much about it being flat or anything, you just want to get it in there and you want to touch the other two ends together. So you want it about level like that, and then pull slightly, pushing these together, sliding your hand up to the swivel like so, and then moving that out of the way. I want to put a little bend in it like that. So this is the fiddly part now, because you need to make sure that they're all stacked up on top of each other like so. Right, I know you can't see what I'm doing here. Where's my camera? Let me go back down to that. Get you down there like that. So as you can see, I have got my ribbon wire all stacked on top of each other like so, like that. So, and then I'm just going to wriggle and keep it straight like that. Boom, like that. So what I want to do here is I want to make sure this top end is all secure. At the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little thingy like that, just to keep it all together and stacked. So as you can see here, come on camera, So as you can see here, I've got it all stacked and on top of each other like so. So you want it like that. Come on, concentrate, focus. So I know this looks a bit thingy now. I will get you in closer and try and get this thingied in. Let me go to there. Can I manually do it? Come on. Let's see if I can do a bit of manual focus here. So there we are, like that. So what I want to do is I want to secure this in, and the way I do it is I like to use a glue stick, which I will heat up at the end here with a lighter and just secure this in place here where they're all stacked up on each other like that. So I'm just going to melt my glue stick here like so, and then I'm going to use the glue stick just to lock that bit in like so, and then just give it a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds, about 30 seconds, just to dry. And you'll find it is a bit stringy. Sorry if I'm out of focus, but basically like that. And you just want to keep that together. So that is secured in like so. And see if I can sort the thingy out. Sorry that the camera's a bit weird. I'm trying to get it to focus. There we are. So that's that. That's your ribbon wire more or less set. Now you want to run your finger all the way down to keep it flat and still stacked like that. So I'm just going to lay that down for a second. So as you can see, now that I've laid it down, it hasn't come apart or anything. It's nice and straight like so. So what I need now is I need a piece of 28 gauge now. So 28 gauge is what I need. There we are. So 28 gauge is what I need. So that will be this. So I am using Nichrome 80 for the 28 gauge. And what I'm going to do here is I did about 20 inches of ribbon wire wrapped in half, so I want exactly the same in 28 gauge. So same again, Nichrome wire. It's a soft wire, so you should be able to just stretch and pull. So I'm just going to roughly measure out about the same, and then I'm going to give it a tug just like that. Just a little tug, and then you end up with a straight wire. Or I did have a straight wire before I messed it up. So anyway, so get my 28 gauge wire, cut a piece off like so. So there's different ways you can mount this now to here. You can either keep the piece like this and then fold it in half like that, which is probably what I'll do, and then, or you can just cut two pieces and mount it on. So like the ribbon wire, I just want to pull these two ends together like so, and then slowly do that, just so I know where to bend. Put a little bend in it like that, just for mounting, like that. And then once you've got it mounted in on to your ribbon wire, you can carry on. So let's do that now. So ribbon wire is already mounted. I'm going to separate this piece here. I'm going to try and separate this piece here. And then what all I'm going to do is I'm going to put one end through my swivel like that, as you can see, like that. And then I want to sit it on top of the ribbon wire. So once you get situated and it's sat on top of your ribbon wire, you can pinch it together, and you can pinch it together nicely and good. And then what you want to do is you want to get your ribbon stacked and your cores on the outside. So like that. So you still want your ribbon wire stacked on top of each other, but then the 28 gauge on the top and the bottom on the outside, hence the frame. So now that I've got that more or less set up, I want to secure my 28 gauge to this ribbon wire. So again, I'm going to grab my glue stick, or I'm going to try and grab my glue stick. There we are. So I'm going to grab my glue stick. Like I say, preparation is key. So I want to keep making sure that they are flat, and on the outside 28 gauge is on the flat part, and then I want to just secure that in at this end, just so it doesn't go anywhere, it stays nice and straight. Like I say, preparation is key and it needs to be done, otherwise you can't just mess up your build. So I'm just going to secure that with some glue. Give that a couple of seconds just to set, and I'm just going to hold it a little bit just to keep it all together like that. So now that my 28 gauge is nicely secure next to my ribbon wire, all I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this auto lock off. There we are. You can see what I'm doing. So now that you've got that situated, now if you're, as you can see on this end here, they're all wiggly. So all you need to do is carefully run your fingers down like that, and it should all sit together nicely. Now keeping plenty of tension there. If you find that it snags up here, give it a little wiggle like that, and it should all fall into place like that. So I want to pull here. So let me move you a bit like that. So I want to pull, and then what I want to do is I want to make this all flush this side. So let me just move this back this swivel a bit and tighten it up. So I want to make all this bit nice and flush is what I want to do. So nice and flush. I'm going to keep running my fingers down what I'm doing. So I'm going to keep my fingers running down like that, nice and taut, and then making sure that the 28 gauge is framed, is on the outside. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to use my snips, because I'm going to be hot gluing this side as well, is what I'm going to be doing. So what I want to do is I just want to make it all level like that, make it all level. Again, I'm going to keep pulling and making sure that my ribbon wire hasn't shifted in any way. And then once I get near the end, I want to heat up my hot glue again. And then just hot glue this end. All I want to do at the moment is I just want to secure this at the moment. So I just want to secure it. I want to put more on it, just for obviously the chuck, to mount it into the chuck. So I'm just going to wiggle that together. So I know, guys, this isn't not doing its job and you cannot see what I'm doing. Come on. You need to be closer. What I'm doing. So I'm sorry, guys, if this isn't working the way it should be. So now that I've got that sort of secured into place, I'm going to blob some more glue on there, just to make it easier to mount in the chuck. So I want a good little dollop on the end there, just like that. Like so. Just don't make sure it doesn't fall off, and that's hot. So I just want that to stay where it's supposed to be. So yeah, it can be messy, but that is my fault in this case. Like so. So thanks for everybody that is still here, guys. I know this can be a bit frustrating, this bit, but like I say, ribbon wire, you definitely need your preparation in order. That's a bit better. So still keeping tension on here. Oops, don't you start. Please don't start. And it's caught on my skin. There we are. There we are. So that's all roughly together. So I'm just going to let that go down. I'm going to try not glue myself to everything. So, where are we? So this bit, guys, is the most frustrating part of the build because of the preparation. And everything. So this has got a bit of a curve on it. Don't worry, it's probably just the way I was holding it. But once you get it mounted into a drill, you should be good. But everything's still uniformed and as it should be. So once we get it into a chuck, it'll all straighten out. I just want to take some of this excess glue off the side, like that. So now that we've got the preparation sorted for the coil build, I want to take my flat chuck out now. So I want to take my flat chuck out because this is going to make my ribbon wire all flat and it's going to make it distort the wire from when it's wrapping. So I'm just going to be using just the normal chuck to the drill, like so. Like so. There we are. And there we are. There we are. So thanks to the people that are still here. I appreciate you. So until I get more comfortable with the way I've got my camera, are you liking this way? Much better than before. So let's mount this to my drill. So again, all I'm wanting to do is I'm just wanting to make sure that everything's nice and even. So I'm just securing that in so far. Trying to make sure this is all nicely together, which it is. So I'm just going to open the chuck and slide this in. Or I'm going to try and slide this in. So I just want to trim some more glue off this without distorting my wires. There we are. So I'm just chopping a bit of that glue off just to make it easier to mount into the drill. Come on. Swivel's not playing ball. So I'm just going to mount that in there. Being extremely careful. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I will show you in a second. So what I'm doing here is, I'm mounting it into the drill, but I want it secure enough that keeps all the wires nice and straight. So I'm doing it a little bit and then checking my wire. So that should be good. That's in there nice and tight. So I want to just pull my swivel in tight. So I don't want it too tight. I want a bit of slack in it. So I'm just going to do this like now. So this is too slack. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to release my drill and just pull it sort of taut. So you want it like that. You see how there's a bit of thingy in there? Now to keep everything straight for me, so come on. So as you can see there is all my ribbon wires all next to each other. 22 gauge, 28 gauge on the outside there, nicely like that. So to keep everything secure for me, just like I would do an alien, I'm going to secure it with a keyring, because I'm not good enough to do it without a keyring. It just keeps everything nice and straight, and those frames from folding over the wire and distorting your ribbon wire. So I'm just going to take a keyring. I'm going to try and take a keyring. There we are. Try again. Take a keyring and just slide it. There we are. So no, don't do that. So what I just did then is I accidentally dislodged a ribbon wire. So that's why I stopped doing what I was doing. There we are, that's better. So I haven't dislodged anything, and I want to keep it nice and straight. So there we are. That's how you want it to look. Like that. So your 28 gauge on the outside, your ribbon, or your 4 pieces of stacked ribbon on the outside. Let's see if I can get this a bit better for you guys. Can I get that to focus a bit better? So there we are. So you want it like that, all uniform. Don't worry about this end here. So as you slide, as I slide that key ring, it'll keep everything nice and straight like that. Okay. Right. Stressful, stressful, stressful. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stretch my decor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch my decor, just so you can see what I'm doing. So let me take that off now so you can see what I'm doing. So as you can see, I'm all set up and everything ready to go. So like I say, don't worry about this end too much. If it's a bit like that, as you move that over, that will make everything straight. Make sure your drill is in the correct position. Make sure everything spins as it should, which it does. That spins as it should do. So that's why I've got three swivels on the go because I like to have a fail safe just in case one of them fails and doesn't do anything. So let's get to stretching the D-core now. The D-core, like any alien, I cannot tell you how to stretch it. It's all trial and error. It's always better to understretch your D-core than overstretch it. If you overstretch it, game over. You will not be able to carry on if you overstretch it. You'll have to do another D-core. So it's always better to play with it. Go with understretching it. Then that way you have a pinch from when you're doing your wrap, which is what I want to do here. I can not do the no stretch method. I cannot get used to the no stretch method. So I pre-stretch it, and then if I need a pinch, I pinch it up. So who's still watching? Who's still here? Slowly running out of this Dubai custard. The Dubai chocolate. Why do I keep saying custard? It's because I normally vape custards, that's why. So, here we are. So, that's more or less the preparation sorted. Now, you can tell by how long I've been going for, how time consuming using ribbon wire is, and how preparation is important. You can't just do it like normal round wire, throw it all together and it works. No, everything's got to be flat, laid on top of each other. It won't be consistent, and then you'll get a horrible wrap. Aussie Cook, you're still with us. Thank you, appreciate it. How are you getting on with that, Aussie Cook? How are you getting on with the no stretch? I mean, I have been sort of like practicing the no stretch. I've been doing it two ways. I've been doing it where I don't stretch it, I just thing it and I pull it a bit and try it. I can't get the consistency correct. I've even tried sort of like a half stretch where I just take it and just go like that, where it's stretched slightly, and then obviously do it from there. But I have not clocked that one yet. It's been working okay for you. That's good. I have been seeing some of your posts and your builds, Aussie Cook. Stay hydrated. So let's get on with the stretch. Like I say, I can show you how I stretch it. I can't tell you how to stretch it. It's all trial and error. Because depending on what length of wire you're using, if you're using a slightly longer piece than I'm using, then obviously you need to stretch it more. If you're using if you're collecting a shorter piece than what I am doing, you won't stretch it as much. So it's like, so if somebody says to me, how do I stretch my D-core? It's like saying, how long is a ball of string? It's just something you have to play with. But when you do the stretch, you want it sort of like a corkscrew, looking like a corkscrew is how you want it. With this one, because it's slightly bigger than a 4-core alien, I want to be stretch it just slightly a bit more, but I don't want to overstretch it. So let's get on with the overstretch. Let's get on with the stretch. So this is different. This is not 26 gauge, what I'm used to using. This is 38 gauge, which is 2 gauges, 2 gauges down to what I'm normally used to using. I've never used 38 gauge. I've used 40 gauge and never really got on with it. but yeah. So I'm going to take the end. So you see that little tail there is what I'm going to use to mount, and then there's a tail on the other end which I'm going to use to mount in my pliers. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a little quick stretch there, just for mounting purposes, for me to mount it in here, like that. Just to hook it on, I'm just using a hand clamp like that, that I just got from Lidl. It's one of them anyway. I've got two of them. So one of them is on there, is what I'm using to clamp it down, to stretch it, and it's got some good tension in to hold the wire. And I've got them in 3 sizes for different uses. So I'm probably going to end up going out the room. So I'll open my door. So with this end, just some pliers. I've just got using my curved ones. Teethless ones are better. With teeth ones, the wire can slip through the teeth. So I do it on feel and look, hence why I use my binoculars. So I'm just going to grab the other tail with this end, and I'm going to hold on tight. Now, if you mid-stretch and it comes out of your pliers, don't panic. As long as you can untangle it and get it sort of straight, you can just pull it and it'll straighten out again. So, let's go. So I want it about there. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to release my pliers. It's going to spiral a bit, the wire. So let it do its thing. It's going to spiral a bit. Let it do its spiral. Now, be careful that you don't snag your wire now, or it doesn't get tangled in any way. So it's a bit harder for me because I've got a carpet floor. If you've got a smooth floor, this part's going to be easier for you. But I've got to make sure that it doesn't snag on my floor. Or should I say the carpet part of my floor. So I want to be extremely careful. So I'm just going to position my chair where I need it. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to just take the tail end off this side of my decor. So this part is what's going to be on my carpet. So I don't want a tail in there so it snags on anything. I want it to be nice and smooth. Now I'm just checking my wire just to make sure that it hasn't tangled up or anything, which it hasn't, which is fine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to thread it under my chair. So being very careful with it and not snagging it or putting any twists or turns in, and then I'm just going to drop it out back like that. So I'm just going to get it here. Well, no, I'm not. I'm going to get you here. So I'm just going to do that. And swivel you around like that. So I want to get you there or about there. So you can see what I'm doing. So let me get this locked in. Why isn't my mouse working? Right, so let me lock this in so you can see it there. So now that I've got this all set up and ready to go, I want to grab the other end of my alien bit, which is here. So as you can see, it's sort of like got a spiral to it. It's got a spiral to it like that. Yeah, the keyring works really, really well. Aussie Cut works extremely well. Just keeps everything in place, whether you're doing something like this where I'm doing a frame staple sort of thing, or just a normal alien really. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to lock this wire in. So now what you're doing is you're establishing if you need a pinch or anything, a pinch or something. Right, so whether you need a pinch or not, can I get you closer or even closer to what I'm doing? Let's see if that will focus in. Let's see if I can do a bit of manual focus. Sometimes that does work. So that's fuzzy, and that's so about there is where I want you. So there, as you can see there. So it's a bit more clearer. You've got a bit of a spiral going on there. You don't want it to snag on anything. So now what you're doing is you're establishing a pinch. So whether you need a pinch or not will determine on your first couple of turns. I use my index finger and thumb, and I just increase my pinch or decrease my pinch depending on whether I need it or not. Now I can tell just by the close-ups there that I probably will need a bit of a pinch. So once you get a pinch going, keep it consistent and the same all the time. And then as I move along, I will be moving my keyring along. This just helps, obviously, now that you can see the frame wire on each side doesn't fold over the ribbon wire. And the ribbon wire on there might look as if it's stacked on top of each other like that, as you see it. It isn't. It's stacked on the side like that, all on top of each other like that. So let's get going. So another thing as well, on an alien you want a slight lean towards your swivel. Now with this you do still need a lean, but it might not be as much of a lean as you would do a normal alien. Okay, if you understand. So you want to be slightly more right angly than you need. So there we are. So I do have a little bit of a pinch on there. Going nice and slow. So here, like I say, if you mess up, you can't go back on yourself and correct it. You've got to carry on. You can't reverse back or anything like that. So very, very carefully, I'm just going to move this along. what I want to do is I don't want to disrupt that ribbon wire in any way, like that. So let's carry on. So establish a bit more of a pinch and a bit of a pull, and then carry on, and then get going again. So it's not a race, you don't have to do it quick, just get a groove going and go with it, which is what I'm doing here, just getting a groove going and keeping it going. So what I would advise you to do is sort of like keep hold of your wire. Now I do let go of my wire and stuff like that, but if you just starting out, try not to let go of your wire. So like I say, you want to still have a bit of a lean, but you want to have more of a 90-degree angle with a slight lean on there. So like I say, I'm not going fast. Fast doesn't necessarily make you a good builder or anything like that. Take it steady, take it nice. Hopefully this as well, with a slightly better view, you can see better what I'm doing. If you find, for whatever reason, if you're not using the keyring method like I'm using, a pair of nylon tweezers will help you pinch your wires nice and flat, keeping it. But I'm finding with the keyring method, I'm finding I don't need to do that. So I'm just changing my lens up just so I can see a bit closer, just like you can see in there. Thanks for everybody that's still here. So I'm just changing my lens, well, my lens that I've got on my head, I'm changing up. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to very gently slide over the keyring. And as you can see, it's keeping all those wires nicely together and flat, the way you want it to be. So let's carry on. So I normally lean it towards me so I can see what kind of a pull I need on it, and then just carry on. So I have messed up. I've already messed up because of my pinch. Hopefully that won't cause too much of a problem. But like I say, when that happens, you can't think, oh, I'll reverse and correct it. You can't do that with aliens. You've just got to carry on and recover. Like so. There we are. So as you can see, I've got a few imperfections there. I did go wrong there. And that's hot glue on my finger. So in this sort of situation, like I say, it's only me that's vaping it. I'm not selling it. I'll use my ceramic tweezers just to flatten that bit down like that. So again, I want to slide this over a bit. And as you can see, it's keeping everything nice and flat. So let me just move you over just a tiny bit. So I want you. There we are. So let me start again, and hopefully I won't mess up this time on the startup. This is one of the reasons why I suggest, if you can, to keep hold of your wire. Is to keep hold of your wire, but because I'm on camera, obviously I can't do that. If I wasn't on camera and I didn't have a camera in my way, then yeah, I would keep a hold of the wire. The alien bit I'd keep a hold of and just use my other hand to slide the keyring. But because my phone is right on top of this coil, I cannot do that. I have to let go of the wire. So again, I'm just going to slide it across like that. A quick break. Same here, just making sure one end or this end is not thingy, so the swivels are turning the way I want it to turn. And again, let's get going. So I want to get going again. So once you get used to aliens, it's easier to stop and start like I'm doing. I thought I messed up there, which I didn't. So I'm just going to stop there. And again, as you can see, so I'm just going to point this obviously towards me to move. So it looks like that. Like that. Can I get that a bit clearer? There we are. So like that basically. So again, I want to thingy it like that and then get going again. Like I say, it's not a race. We don't have to do it quick. As you can see, I'm doing it slow just to keep everything as more as consistent as I can get, especially for the live. And you just keep on going like that. Just keep on going, keep on going. And as you can see, I am getting a few inconsistencies here. Or it looks like I'm getting a few inconsistencies there. So again, I'm just going to slide my keyring over. So let me just move you. so you can see what I'm doing. Get that locked back in. There we are. So we're locked back in again. And let's carry on. So once you get a groove, you can go a little bit faster, but I can't just, what most people would say, send it. I can't send it. And then just stop. Just keep going out of focus. Stop going out of focus, Henry. Be a bit more consistent for me. And then again, I'm just going to slide that keyring across. And as I'm sliding it, it's making those ribbon wires all straight again, which is what you want. Now again, I'm just going to establish my bit of a pinch and then just carry on. So the inconsistencies that you can see in, obviously to your left, and little bits that you see in here now, like that, I think it's bits of my carpet that it's snagged with, which is like that, which I don't think will make much of a difference in the outcome of the vape. And then I'm just going to slide that across a bit. So as you can see, as I'm sliding it on this side, it's keeping everything nice and straight and nice. So let's get going again. So I just want to see how much decor. I've still got plenty of decor to carry on, which is good. And then let's get going again. So like I say, you still want a lean on it. You just don't want much of a lean on it. So like I say, you don't have to do it quick. There's no rush. There's no no race on getting it nice, getting it all getting it done as quickly as possible. So there we are again. So let me just move you over a bit more, like that. Get you locked in. So let me get you all focused in again, if it'll let me do it. Let's switch to a bit of manual focus. That's making it worse. There we are. That's a lot better. A bit of manual focus there works good. So again, as you can see, everything's nice and uniformed and how it should be. Yeah. So one of the reasons, Aussie Cook, why I throw it out the back of my chair, just so it doesn't snag. Now, if you've got a normal floor, smooth floor, yeah, works brilliantly. But no, for me, that's how I do it, so it doesn't snag, and that's how it works for me so far. So again, I'm just giving it a little pull and then starting off again. So like I say, you can go fast. It's just that I can't send it and do it like some people can without even thinking or anything like that. So again, I am moving it across. Stop shaking, and it keeps it nice and together. So sort of so far so good. So it's wrapping a bit weird there, as you can see. And I don't know why. Right, so it's messed up there. So like I say, you cannot go back and correct it. And I've only got a little bit left. So that should be good. Hopefully good for what I want to use. Come on. Right, let's get this autofocus off. So like that. That should be enough for what I'm hoping. For what I want to build. Where did I put that? Right, where did I put it? There we are. So I'm just going to quickly measure. Yeah, I might not. It depends. So let me get up here like that, and let's get everything sorted. So I have got a bit of thingy there. I don't know. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll carry on a little bit. Not. I don't know if it'll make a difference. I could flatten that bit. Like I say, I'll carry on. I'll use what bit of decor I've got left. Like I say, I'm vaping it. I'm not selling these coils. I'm just going to give that a little press in with my nylon tweezers like that. So, like I say, I'll carry on. I am getting to the end of my decor. Yeah, and I'm going to stop there. I did get another, just over 1 centimetre more of wire. But yeah, there we are. So that is what we've got. So I will be able to get you a better close up with it, hopefully with the way everything is working, with the camera set up. So I'm just going to take that tail off. I'll save that for wrapping. So I'm going to just give this, I'm just going to cut it just slightly further than what I need to. I'm going to take this off my swivel. There we are. So I'm going to move you there. Change the camera to a bit closer. Yeah. So there we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop this off here. So let me get you further down to this. So it's very, very fine. But if I do it like that. See if we can do a bit of manual focus. That seems to have been working. So now, let's do that. And a bit of manual focus. See how that operates. There we are. So yeah. That is it, nice and fine. As you can see there, just looks like a piece of glass there. But yeah, so that's where I messed up to begin with, just there. Oh no, at the end, sorry. And then further on here, I did mess up just there. But like I say, it's me that's vaping them, so I'm not that bothered about that. So let's get the camera to here. So I want it about there. Get that off there, like that. Right, let me do a bit of cleaning up. So thanks to everybody that's here and still here and everything, still here. I appreciate you all. And appreciate the love that you're showing. So, move my hot glue, get the drill away, just so I've got more room. So like I say, yeah, when you're using ribbon wire, it's always better to use a pair of scissors to cut your ribbon wire rather than a pair of pliers, because it just messes up your wire, basically. So, let's put some wire away. So, 38, 28, and ribbon wire. Put that away. And put that away. Right, let's get to building, guys. Let's get to building. So if you wasn't here earlier on in the live, I am building a Velocity Mini. Now this is definitely a clone, it's not an authentic, because Avid Vapor that made the original Velocity did not bring a Mini out. And I did pull this out a couple of streams ago, but it was completely filthy inside, and I just wasn't going to put a build on it. And it wasn't dirty because I hadn't cleaned, because it had coils or stuff like that on it. It's just it was all sort of like rusty and stuff, and all the screws. So as I've said, I've had it out today. Are you going to focus? No. Didn't think you were going to focus. You're focusing when I go up, so let me get you a bit closer. That better? Yeah, there we are. That's better. So yeah, if you remember last time, all this was all rusty and stuff. That is a bit of rust, but I couldn't get that off. But it was just, yeah. So it's been taken out, everything apart, and cleaned up. So hopefully this will be a lot better build wise, because you can see the top of what I'm doing. Just slightly. There we are. There we are. So, right, let's get these post holes open. So hex screws as normal. Let's just open them up. Open them up. There we are. So I'm just going to open them up. Like so. So one of the downsides to the Velocity deck, that if you had a build like this, like an Alien or a multi-core wire, obviously when you put them in, your legs used to get chewed up a bit just there. Yeah. So that's the deck open. So what I want to do is I want to do a 3mm. I think will work with this. 3mm I think should work with this. So yeah, 3mm should work. So I want 3mm, I'd say about 5 or 6 wraps for this. So I'm just using my Coilmaster coil jig. Coilmaster coil jig with a 3mm rod in there is what I'm going to be using. Like that. So I'm going to get my wire. So like with anything, there normally is a ridge on one side and a flat bit on one side. Now they both more or less have a ridge, but there's one side that's got a slightly flatter ridge to it, which is what I'm going to be doing. And you want the more curvy side on the top. So I'm just going to hold it like that. like I've shown you before. I'm just slamming that against the back of it. Your first wrap is always your most awkwardest wrap to do, so make sure it's nice and tight. And it is ribbon wire, so you don't want to wrap it fast. You want to wrap it pretty slow, just so that those ribbon wires lay nice and flat. So I'm not doing it quickly, I'm doing it nice and slowly, just like last week, dealing with ribbon wire. Just do it nice and slowly, you don't have to do it quick, because it's going to be springy as well, and obviously you don't want those ribbon wires collapsing flat, because the way they're sitting there like that, they're on the side stacked, so you're twisting them on the sides basically. So I've got 4 wraps there, so just take your time, just let it sort of like fold round itself naturally, like so. So I'm hoping I've got enough for this coil. So again, I'm going to just start on the other side like that, and again, just take my time. First wrap is always the awkwardest one, and just take your time, get that first wrap locked in nice and tight. And 2, now I'm hoping I get to put the same amount of wraps on this, which I don't. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to do a 5 wrap. So yeah, a 5 wrap. I'm going to have to do a 5 wrap instead of a 6 wrap. So I'm going to have to pull a wrap off the other side. So I'm just going to snip it there. So with that, I'm just going to tighten that up there like that. And then with this one, with the smaller leg, I'm just going to grab my nylon tweezers and very, very carefully I'm going to pull off a wrap. Like so. I'm going to pull off a wrap like that. So I've got 5 wraps on each, like so. Let me sort out some focus here, guys. I'm dealing with the manual focus here, just to see if it'll be better. So let me go to that one. And let's get some focus. So there we are, guys. So as you can see, there's imperfections in there. It's not perfect. Get that unlocked out of there. So here we are, a bit up closey. So as you can see, they're not perfect like that. And then, oh, let's see, there we are. Come on. There we are. And as you can see by that tail there, obviously you can see what's inside that wire. Right, let's get it installed, guys. So let's get you switched back to this. Let's get that back into there. Like that. I want to boom, like that. Like that. Oh, nice one. And focus. Take the auto off that and focus. There we are. Right. So I'm just going to be taking the jig off there to do the installation. Now, depending on what this ohms out to, we'll go from there, really. So with this one, I just want to pull that leg just slightly, like that. Right. So with these old style RDAs, so I'm going to be putting one leg in the bottom hole on this side, one leg in the top hole on the other side. So make sure that I'm in camera focus. I'm just going to undo these a bit more. And try and do it without taking the screw completely out. And you can still see what I'm doing, that's good. So I'm just going to wriggle them in there like so. Wriggle. So this side, I definitely want to open the post hole just a little bit more, like that. So you can see what I'm doing. So I'm just gently pushing them up. So there is going to be some flex in these coils. So it'll be easier for manipulation and stuff like that. There we are. Better. So I'm just going to secure these post holes down. I'm going to try to. Like so. So I'm just going to tighten that down, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get them in first. I'll get the legs in like that, like so, and then the same, tighten that down and into place. Now I will go around and try stuff out and make sure everything's nice and tight. I just want to get everything nicely secured in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to center it off and pull it up a bit. So I want it more or less like that. Like that. So I'm going to pull it out a bit, make sure it's straight, and then if I need to, just push it into the center like so, like that. So the good thing about this deck when it first came out is you didn't have to pre-cut your leads or anything. You could just basically mount them and then cut them after, which is basically what I'm going to do here to show you. So I haven't cut any of my leads, as you can see there. So again, I'm just going to pop that through that, pop that through that one, just there like that. And same again, I'm just going to get it as close to the post as possible. And then, like I say, for manipulation and stuff like that, we can obviously tug on it. Like that. So sorry, I was off camera there. Sorry. So just setting that in and getting that in. So I'm just securing that down. Just going to move them out of the way. And then again, same again, I'm going to pull it a little bit and then just pull up a bit and make sure everything's nice and centered. Like so, and level. So this is nice soft wire NI80, so it's easier to manipulate and get into thingy like that. So there we are, all mounted, and I hope that was a bit more enjoyable, me mounting these coils, better than what it's like normally. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cut my leads. So I'm just going to like that, and then take my cutters. So these are my new cutters and they are brilliant, nice and sharp, and just better than those flush cutters. I think what it is you used to buy flush cutters back in the day because obviously you needed to get behind that triple post, and now you don't. You more or less pre-cut, or your leads are free enough to cut. So I didn't get flush cutters, I just got some of these because they're heavy duty and they're really, really strong and cut everything right nice. So there we are, that's all mounted and how we want it to be. Let me just quickly check for wonk. Quickly check for wonk, which on the camera it looks as if there's wonk, but looking at it like this, there's definitely no wonk on there, and that can go up. So there probably will be, but just as a precaution, with it being an old RDA, I am going to just go around all the post holes, post screws, and make sure that they're nice and snug. So yeah, that's nice and snug. That's nice and snug. And that is now nice and snug. Right, let me get some batteries in my building mod. So I've got some freshly charged batteries ready to go, some ODB booby wraps, and keep them married to whatever device you've got. I mark them as well. So parallel devices, keep batteries married for parallel, don't mix them. So I have separate batteries for dual battery devices, Mech mods, series Mech mods, and parallel Mech mods. I have different batteries for each. So we're down. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to swivel that off. I'm going to check atomizer, zero out my mod, and then I'm going to pop that back on. So there we are. Is this a new coil? Yes. So that is not bad. So I really didn't need the 6 wraps. So if that's coming out at a 0.1 now, it's going to increase probably to a 0.12 maybe. But I don't want to be firing it at that. at that wattage. So we'll start there. Right, let me see if I can get you super close to this. So, will that focus? Let's get some manual focus going here. So about there. So let's introduce some heat to it. As you can see, I'm only got it at 20 watts so far. Right. Let's introduce a bit of heat to it. So I'm just giving it short pulses, not doing anything major like putting a load of heat in it, electricity through it, wattage power through it straight away. Don't forget it's ribbon wire as well, so you want to give that time to heat up and everything. So I'm just giving it short pulses, and as you can see, there's a bit of colour coming through already. Bit of colour coming through already, some nice colours there. As I say, I'm just gently putting the power through it. I'm not doing anything. I haven't even got round, I haven't even touched it with some tweezers yet. So I'm just introducing heat a pulse at a time, just to get everything nice and comfortable. Slowly but surely. And then if you need to give it a little strum, give it a little strum. Just give it time to work out anything, hot spots or anything. So if you're new and you're not familiar with what a hotspot is, don't worry, it's not a game show, it isn't Strike It Rich. A hotspot is a lightning bolt, or looks like a lightning bolt. So I'm going up to 30 watts now. So they're like lightning bolts in your coils. Now, if that happens, then you want to work them out by strumming or pinching or whatever, just to get them out. If one comes up, I will show you. So again, I've moved up to 30 watts, but all I'm doing is just giving it slight pulses. Now, I've only given it a slight strum and they're already heating up beautifully from the inside out, and that's how you want it. You want it glowing from the inside out, which they look nice. So what I'm doing now is I'm inspecting for hot spots, which we don't have, and they're heating up beautifully, guys. I've hardly even touched them, so that's good. So I want to check, because I'm going to be running this on a Mech. I want to fire it more or less where it'll be, or above what I'm going to be vaping it at. So I've got it at 80 watts, and I'm not going to run a lot of power through it. I'm just going to give it some short blasts, just to make sure everything's glowing as it should. It hasn't got any hot spots in there, which it hasn't. Because what you don't want is you don't want hot spots at the wattage that you're going to be vaping it at. So if you've got them glowing right at like 30 watts, but you're going to be vaping at 60, 70 watts, you want to fire it at that wattage just to make sure there's no hot spots in them, because you don't want it to be glowing all right at 30 watts, but then having hot spots while you're vaping it at something like 60 watts or something like that. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Like I say, just some short blasts, and that's working perfectly and glowing perfectly. So what I want to do is I just want to unscrew this off. I want to zero out my mod. Like that. I'm going to give that a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds to cool down. Got some right nice colours there. Got some blues and some golds there. Looking nice. So are you liking this view better, guys? Everybody that's watching, are you liking this setup slightly better than what I'm doing? Obviously, when I'm doing my coil builds, I need to sort out something a bit different for this so it's not glaring. But you've got a nice top view there. You can see how I've installed both coils rather than it being the other way where you only see me installing the opposite side. Got some clouds. Thank you, Aussie Cup. Like I say, I'm trying to get everything on a shoestring because I don't have money falling out my arse. So something cheap and simple from Temu, which is just basically a boom that I can put my thingy on, that I can obviously do close-ups a lot better. And like I say, you can see the top view, you can see me installing both coils rather than seeing it from this angle. And you only see me installing the back thingy because of the way the camera's looking at me. So they've cooled down now. They're nice. So we're sitting at a 0.1. So let's see what it is at now. Is this a new coil? Yes, it is. So we're still sitting at a 0.1. So it was resting at a 0.1 and then it's now at a 0.1. So let me just check that again. Check atomizer. Very rarely that happens where it settles at the same resistance it sits at. So yeah, 0.1. Perfect. Where I wanted it to be, more or less, is a 0.1. So let's get this wicked up. So let me adjust that. Pull you up a bit so you can see a bit better of what I'm doing here now. So there we are. It's a better view. So I pulled you slightly away so you can see better, so the camera's not so close. So I'm going to be using my Kendo Gold Edition. It's just my preferred cotton to use. Everybody's different, and like I say, I use Kendo this one. I use Muji cotton pads and Firebolt. That's the only ones that I like. I've used quite a few companies in the past. I have used. So like I say, everybody's different. That's why there's loads of cottons out there and stuff like that, because everybody is different. Everybody's different. They like different wicking material, and that's the whole point. Everybody's got variety of what they want to use. So it's like similar to bacon cotton. It's just one continuous piece that I'm using. So don't forget, guys, you need a nice pair of small scissors. So I'm just going to cut myself a strip of that off. And it looks Looks very similar to Maviton. It's nice and fluffy. There is a few seeds in there that you can just pull out, but it's nice and fluffy. It's like a cloud. So let me just move that out of the way. So yeah, it's like a cloud. So there is some bits in there, but that comes out with the comb as well. So let me grab a nice piece like that and just take any stragglers or anything off there. So that might be just a smidgen too much. So I'll pull that off and get rid of that over there. So get rid of any stragglers and all that. And that, like I say, it's nice and soft and fluffy like a cloud. So I'm sure with cottons that you guys use, you get the same sort of situation with the cottons that you use, nice and fluffy, and just pull that through nicely. So it's not completely restricted. It's got some pull there, which is what I want. Let's take that seed out. So I'm going to be using one piece to wick both coils. So there's a nice bit of restriction there. Like see, it does move. So I'm just going to measure that slightly and cut there. Turn it around and thread that through this one. Like you can see, look, I can pull it and it doesn't distort the coils, which is what I want. And then I just want to take this bit that I've been rolling in my fingers like that. So we get rid of that. So there we are. So thanks to everybody that's here, that's still here. Appreciate you all. I know Nightbot's been doing its rounds, so don't forget to like and subscribe. That's the best way you can support the channel. There's also a buy me a coffee link if you wish to do so. Buy me a coffee. You're not obligated to do that, but it keeps me behind the thing, and any money that gets donated goes straight into the channel. Plus social media as well. I'm on Facebook, Instagram. Instagram's my platform that I'm always on. I'm not on Facebook as much as I am on Instagram, because anything that I post on Instagram automatically gets posted on Facebook. So I'm just going to, I don't know, slightly comb out. What I'm just doing is I'm just agitating those fibers. Helps with the wicking. So normally I would use my my metal tweezers to thin it out. I find it just better just doing it with these ceramic tweezers. With the metal ones, I find it pulls out too much cotton and then it's too late. Obviously you can cut cotton off, but you can't put it back on. So I'm going to give that a little bit of a haircut like that. And then I'm going to check my length. So don't forget, this is not like the OG Velocity. This is smaller. So the deck will be slightly shorter than the original. And I think that is just perfect. That length, yeah. So again, I'm going to swoop this end in like that. Perfect. So again with this side I'm going to do the same. I'm going to give it another bit of a haircut like that. And then again, I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm just going to swoop it in, just so it hits the bottom of that deck. Perfect. And same with this, just going to swoop it in. I'm going to try and swoop it in. There we are. Try and stay in camera. And then I just want to push it down into the deck, making sure that there is no restriction underneath the coils is basically what I want. I want room underneath the coils, which is what I'm doing now, is I'm just pushing it away. But once you get a bit of juice on there, you should be good. So there we are, all wicked. That's how you want it, more or less like that. Is like that. And then once I've got some juice on there, we'll play with it, play with the cotton a little bit better, a little bit more. So the juice that I'm going to be putting on this is one of my favourites. It's Dark Star juice, which I've used before. Scones or scones, whichever way you want to do it. I do want to try Luscious. Is it blue? Not Bamberberry or something. Scones. I want to try theirs as well as Neapolitan. But this scones is banging, proper banging. So let's see if we can get some drip action going on here. So I'm not going to be doing it at 80 watts. I'm going to put it down to 40 watts just to get some juice in there. And let's go. So I'm just going to drop some juice on those coils. And then I'm going to do a slight touch of the button. As you can see, that juice gets drawn into those coils. Like that. Like so. There we are. Right, so I want to make sure that they're nicely saturated. Both coils are nicely saturated, which they are. Looking beautiful and tasty. So I'm just going to get this because it's nice and thin. I'm just going to go around and just gently put my cotton where I need it to be. There we are, just tuck it in like that. And like I say, it's not a deep juice well, so I just want the cotton just touching the bottom of the deck, which is what it's doing perfectly, is what it's doing. So now that I've juiced it, I've obviously made a bit more space under there. And that is doing brilliant. So I'm just going to drop some in the center here, just for that cotton to soak up. So let's take that off and put that back on and get you back to there. So that's nice and juiced up and ready to go. So as soon as I came out to around about where I wanted it to be, so I'm going to make sure that that notch there is corresponding with the notch on there. So I'm just going to pop that on there, spin it, and there we are. Check to make sure it still fires with the top cap on, which it does. I'll open my airflow and adjust it once I've got it on what I want. So I've got it like that, little face there, hello. Always reminds me of South Park, Canadians on South Park, this top cap, with the mouth and the two eyes looking at you. So, what am I going to put it on? So I'm going to put it on a Mech. Obviously I'm going to put it on a Mech because that's what I gravitate towards, is a Mech mod. So that's obviously what I'm going to be using, a Mech mod. Where are we? Let me just tidy stuff up here, like so. Ooh, so I'm just tidying stuff up, guys. You can hear banging, like that. So now that we've got RDA sorted and ready, and at the resistance that I want it, let's choose what I'm going to put it on. So what I am going to put it on, because my hand's a bit sticky, I'm going to use a cloth, and I'm going to put it on this tube mod. So just on first glances, obviously it's a hybrid Mech mod. Anybody recognize this? I won't show you the button because obviously you'll probably remember what it is with the button. But it's been polished up, it's brass, 22mm Mech hybrid. Any guesses? Oh, the reason why I'm touching it with the cloth is because my hands are sticky and I want it to be nice and shiny. So anybody just at first glance know what this Mech is? So anybody? Nobody want to comment? Nobody recognises this Mech mod? I'll just wait just in case anybody's commenting. I'll have a quick drink. I'm having some Lucasade. Alright guys, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. So this is excuse me. So this is a clone. It isn't original, but it is a well-made clone. So anybody that's as old as me will know that this was a really, really good made clone. So it's a hybrid. This is an SMPL. So anybody remember the SMPL? So this is a clone. It was made by A-Mods, but it was known for the best one-on-one clone of the SMPL. And it's more or less identical to the authentic, apart from it not being made by the company it was originally made from. So it's all polished up. I've cleaned everything, even the threads on the inside and even the switch. So I'll take the switch out. It's a nice simple switch. Stick a coin in there or something like that to release it. So that's your switch just there. Nice simple switch. So the clones used to have just a screw that you used to just unscrew from the bottom switch, and then it'd come apart. So the Authentics on this particular clone made it more or less identical to the original. So it's got a circlip on there. That's how it secures in there. It's a magnetic button as well, so it's not a spring-loaded button. It's a magnetic button like that. So, and that's basically what I'm going to be using this on. I'll start touching it now. It'll get fingerprints and stuff on it. So if you're new to this or you just stumble against my channel and you're wondering what type of device this is a hybrid mech mod. Whatever you are putting on, whether it's an RDA or an RTA, needs to have a protruding 510 pin, which this one does. As you can see, that copper pin is protruding from the stainless steel there, like that. That's with your RDAs or your RTAs. Don't put a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod because you're just asking for trouble. So I'll put this up here for you to have a look. So 510 hybrid cap. So the one on the left, you don't put on a hybrid mech mod because you'll get a hard short, or better worse, the thing's going to explode in your hand. And I'm not saying that to scare you, I'm just saying what's going to happen, basically, if you don't know what you're doing. So the RDA on the right, that's got that protruding copper pin from the stainless steel 510, that's what you use on a hybrid mech mod, or any hybrid device. Whether it's an RDA or an RTA, you've got to have that protruding 510 pin, which you're all right these days because most RDAs and most RTAs now do have a nice protruding pin. But like I say, don't use a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod. Just don't do it. Just do not do it. I can't stress that enough. Don't do it. It's not worth the hassle, and it's not worth you hurting yourself as well. So with this one, I'm going to screw my RDA on first, because a hybrid mech mod, you don't have a pin in the center. So the bottom of your RDA connects to the battery, straight to the battery. You don't have a pin in between your 510 pin and the battery. It's straight at to battery connection. So that's why you've got to be careful and have that protruding 510 pin. So let me get a battery. So I've got another battery here, an ODB one, booby one of all the girls, similar to what I've got on my mat. So this is a mashup battery wrap from ODB Wraps. This is a Molicel P28. So these are the ones that I trust so far, and they've been working perfectly flawless for me anyway. I haven't had any issues with these batteries. So wherever your venting holes are on your mech mod is where you want the positive part of your battery to be. So as you can see, the top of the tube is solid, and in your switch is where you've got your holes going all the way through to this side where your holes are there. So if for whatever reason your battery does vent, it's going to vent from the top of your battery, the positive side. So that's where you want your positive to be, where the vent holes are. If it's a single battery mech and your vent holes are at the top, run the battery positive side up. If your vent holes are at the bottom, positive side at the bottom. If it's a dual battery thing, don't be messing around putting it all upside down. This is only with single battery cells. So as I say, positive to the ATI, and I mean negative, sorry, to the ATI, and positive where the switch is, because that's where the venting is on the switch. So everything's nice and smooth. As you can see, all the threads are nice and clean, and it's nice and smooth. Everything's really, really smooth. I mean, I can do it like that. That's how good these clones were, or this A mod version was. So I'm just going to do that just to snug the battery up, to snug the button up to the battery like that. With that, you get no battery rattle up or down. So it's not getting warm or anything, it's not getting hot, so I know that's all right. Let's give it a fire. Wow, that's nice and rowdy actually. So what I'm going to do is just have a quick vape on it. That's nice. I'm going to put my airflow down a touch like that. That is tasty. I cannot complain about that flavour whatsoever. So let me drop some more. So one of the good things about this RDA was it had a big chuff cap. So if you were using, the chuff cap, obviously you could just dump your juice straight in the centre of it like that. And that's nice and hitting hard. That's one thing I like about Mech mods, guys, is there's no circuitry or anything in them, you know, so nothing can really fail on it. Only human error can make it fail. So good thing about Mech mods is you can strip them down, give them a good clean, and you're good to go. I mean, I've had this Mech mod now a good 8 years, and just with a clean, it's working. No circuit boards, no nothing to mess around with that can fail on it. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swizzle you around, get you here, like that. Can you see me? Yes, you can. Let me get you like that. There we are, guys. And let's get that off. There we are. Want to be about there. So, guys, so you can see me. So, there we have it. We have Fralian in there with that's got excuse me, 8 pieces of ribbon wire framed with 28 gauge, and then alien wrapped with 36 gauge. I've got some Dark Star scones in this. There we have got that one in here. So guys, I'm gonna have a toot on it. Hit it nice and hard. Battery's not getting warm or anything. I'm not stressing the battery out. And hitting like a train. Now I don't think there's not really any crackle in there. There isn't any crackle or anything, but the flavour is amazing. Like I said last week, now that I'm starting to use ribbon wire, I think I've found my new favourite. My favourite was an alien, but I think a Fralian. I don't know, with those ribbon wires you get different notes to your juice. I mean, even with this, I know what this juice tastes like, and I don't know, you can taste more of it. You can taste more. And with this being a shorter RDA to the original size, obviously your mouth is closer to those coils. So the flavour is a lot punchy than what it is. So that is the full size velocity just there. So you can see the difference in height. So that chamber has been reduced a hell of a lot. Like I say, this is a clone because Avid Vape never made a mini of this. But yeah. So Dion, this RDA is the Velocity Mini. Okay, so this is a clone because the company never made a mini version of it. Now, my full size is a clone as well, but the authentic was made by Avid Vapor. And this is where the Velocity style deck originates from. That deck, the deck that changed vaping for everybody that wanted to build, that was easy to build. It was just an easy deck to use, and then everybody copied it, everybody ripped it off, basically. That. So when you hear people say Velocity style deck, this is basically the deck that it came from, the Velocity RDA. But still a great RDA, even to this day. I still use it. Dion, I still use it. And believe it or not, I got this RDA, the Mini. I did have a black one originally, but I think I gave it to a friend. I just gave it to him. I didn't give it to him and he didn't give me it back. I gave it to him. I had one, I gave it to him, and I got actually this RDA for a $5 from a shop that had some old stock. So I grabbed it. And it was originally white. It was a white RDA. And I took the coating off it. So it was stainless steel. And I've got it on this brass SMPL. So if you're as old as me, in the vaping, you'll have come across the SMPL. But this was a one-on-one clone by A-Mod. So anybody knows that A-Mod did the best one-on-one clone of the SMPL. Flavor is unreal. And as you can see, hitting like a champ, and that's an 18650, it's not even a 21700. 18650 and hitting like a rocket. And to be fair, it's not even getting warm. It probably would have done if I'd have done maybe a 26 gauge one. Maybe, but that tube isn't even getting warm. It's still nice and room temperature. Yes, this one is the Velocity Mini, Dion. This is the Mini. So that other one, the full size one, was the original size, should I say. I'm not going to say the original because obviously that's a clone as well, so it's not an authentic. But basically that was the original size, the bigger one. And still great flavour from this RDA. I mean, this was... Let me have a quick check on here. Where are we? So you look in 2015 when the Velocity RDA came out. Delicious. And like I say, it's not getting warm or anything. I'm chain vaping it. And I'm not stressing the battery out. I thought probably after a couple of pulls, the battery or the tube would get really, really warm and then I'd probably switch it up to a different mod. But no, that is hitting like a champ. So 2015 is what you're looking at when it first came out. or the original, the full-size RDA came out. Delicious. That's all I can say, it really is delicious. I thought aliens were tasty, but like I said, I have avoided ribbon wire for years. But you get a bit bored as well with making the same thing over and over again. Sorry, you don't want to hear that in the microphone. So I thought, go a bit out of your comfort zone. Try a bit of ribbon wire for a change. And I seem to be taking to it like a duck to water. So I'm happy with that. And also, I can do something different as well, a different build. So I do want to try some different ones. I'm going to start practicing Australian framed alien, basically. So what I was thinking is do a coil like I've done today, 28 gauge Fralian, and then thinking of framing that with 2 wires and then alien wrapping that as well. So you'd have a Fralian in the center, framed with 2 wires on the outside, and then another alien wrap or an interlock alien wrap on it. That's what I'm thinking maybe to try. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a good coil to try, if the coil's going to be flavorful, or if it's just going to be one of those coils where it's basically art. I don't know until I've actually practiced it, built it, vaped it, and see if it's worth a build me building, obviously on the channel. Is that something you might be interested in doing, please comment. If you're on the replay crew, please comment. Tell me if you like this setup a little bit better. I am still a bit rusty until I get used to camera positioning and all that. But like I say, the arm that I've got here, it makes it easier to put you in a better position than the way you were. Nice. So that's 5 nice pulls, and yeah, battery's not getting warm. So you'd like to see that, would you, Dion? Yeah, that's, like I say, something that I'm going to be practicing. I want to practice different builds. I mean, I'm taking inspiration off other builders as well. Off the top of my head, Dave Watman, Kevin Freeman, if you know them. Also, I follow the Crazy Vaping Ape. He does a build similar to that where he does braided coil, then he frames it, and then does a staggered build after. Now, the staggered one, I'm going to have to practice. It was something that I did during the week, so if you have seen my post, you will have seen in my story that I put the staggered fused fuck up I put, because I thought it was funny. But this is my attempt at a staggered framed coil. And because I can't put a key ring or anything or stuff like that, my staggered on the outside ended up folding over the ribbon wire. So that's something I need to practice. I think on this end, as you can see here, on this end it worked out alright, slightly there, but as you can see, as I turn it round, you can see that the sides have collapsed slightly. So that's something that I need to practice. But I'm trying the simple builds first and see where I go from there. But that's what I practiced, the staggered one, and didn't do good. So I need more time with that. But yeah, I want to try some different ones, some different coils, just to see what the flavour would be like. Like I said, some builds might be just purely art. I might not even taste good, but obviously I'm going to try anyway. What was that, Dion? YouTube not letting you type? Error. I don't get that, Dion. I don't know why YouTube won't let you write error. Well, at least Nightbot hasn't been a complete prick tonight, which I don't think I've noticed, because people were commenting last week and Nightbot was turning around and saying, you're spamming, you're spamming. And what do they expect with the live stream? People are going to chat in the thing and they're going to chat more than once. Yeah. Can't complain with that whatsoever. And plus I like to build coils that I can run on a Mech of some sort. I do have regulated devices, but I gravitate towards Mech. I'm a Mech person. So Dion, is YouTube letting you comment at all? Because I don't get, it won't let you type error. Tasty, tasty, tasty. Oh, right. Hot glue. Well, I'm hoping it's not on my end anyway. So it's Nightbot last week and now it's YouTube messing about. So guys, like Nightbot says, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment, share. Don't cost you anything at all. And it also helps the channel get out there, videos, people see them. People are interested in making coils and stuff like that. I'm just watching something, just watching retro stuff, basically. Stuff from back in the day that I still use. I've got a lot of stuff that I still use that I think, me personally, can still compete with RDAs like the Vortex. And even the Bonza Pro, which I like. I mean, flavour is still good on this. And I've got my airflow just set up just right. So like I say, you can, without unscrewing the RDA off, you can open your airflow up completely and shut off your top airflow, or what we used to call indirect airflow. So you can close the top airflow and just use the bottom. It might be a bit tighter. Which it is actually, that's better. So let me open that bottom one. So the bottom one, if you don't know, is basically the airflow that'll go underneath your coils. So the top airflow, these little eyes and stuff, will be more or less hitting directly at your coil. So you can, like I say, you can even close down the indirect airflow and have the direct airflow just open, but it'll be more tighter. That's actually better like that. Actually a lot better like that. Excuse me. And there we are. Got some decent colour on those coils as well. Bit of golden on there. And a very tasty coil. I was a bit wary of 28 gauge ribbon or 0.3 ribbon. 0.3 ribbon is basically 28 gauge ribbon. And I was a bit skeptical about it because it's thin. My eyes are not great, which is why I wear these, so I can get a close-up view of what I'm doing. So it's not bad. I don't think I'll ever go beyond 28 gauge or 0.3. 0.3 ribbon wire, but I was a bit worried, obviously, with it being just obviously slightly smaller. But the way I'm dealing with it in my head is when it's stacked up flat on its side, it's all the same 1mm on its side. It doesn't matter which ribbon wire you use. It doesn't matter if you're using 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. They're all the thickness of 0.1 millimeter. So they're all the same stacked like this. It's just this way it's shorter. So like 0.3 is like that, 0.2, 0.4 is like that, and 0.5 is like that as it sits up. But on its side, it's all the same. So that's what I'm taking from it. It can be a bit fiddly at first, but like I say, the preparation is the key to using ribbon wire. Yeah. So do you make your own coils or do you buy your coils? Because it doesn't really matter either way if you make your own coils or you buy them. Try a Fralian. Trust me, I didn't know how much I was missing out, obviously with a Fralian, but if you can get hold of a Fralian, whether you make it yourself or you buy it, most coil makers will make a Fralian of some sort. Sorry guys, you've done nothing but hear me blow my nose, and probably doesn't sound good coming through the mic. So yeah, guys, there it is. The Velocity Mini RDA on the SMPL 18650 Mech mod. It's one of the small ones that I own. It was one compact one. If you got my live stream, a couple of things, I use this one, which is the Paraxis, which was one of the 18650 Mech mods that was small and compact. And the SMPL is even shorter than the Paraxis. So that's even more compact. It's nice. It's very stealthy. Oh, which what resistance are they? Mech Fralians, Dion, or series Fralians? I don't even know if it's going to be the same, me vaping an Alien after vaping a Fralian. But Alien is definitely one of my favourite coils, an Alien. And I wasn't always good at Aliens. I could not do Aliens at one time. And then I put my hand to it again, and it's like I could do it. Like the problems that I were having previously or years previously when I tried it, I could not get the stretch right, I could not get the wrap right or anything, so I gave up. I stuck to what I knew, which was just some normal fused Claptons, which since I've learned how to make an Alien coil, I don't think I've built a fused Clapton in ages. I've always done an Alien or even a 2-core Alien. I mean, if I was going to go the fused Clapton way with a 2-core, I'd do a 2-core Alien. Oh, wow. So that's something I want to maybe try next, is an interlock Fralian. So that won't be bad either on a single coil RDA on a Mech, or even a dual coil. It'd be a bit more peppy, a bit more fiery, a dual coil. But yeah, definitely try a Fralian on a Mech. I mean, you catch my live last week, Dion. You know I did some Fralians in this RDA, but just some normal 26 gauge Fralians. Not even getting a hot button or anything. I'm loving this. Proper loving this. And these have just got some normal 4-core Aliens in this one. I'm going to try a bit of Dubai chocolate on this one. Let me just vape the rest of the juice off this. You see, in the vaping this juice on a Fralian, I don't know, you get a bit more of that cream and doughiness to it. On an Alien, you taste more jam with a taste of doughy scone and cream. This, you can taste all notes of the juice. For a small RDA, holding a lot of flipping juice. And I like a Mech. I gravitate towards a Mech. Which batteries do you have, Dion? Because I've only got two 21700 batteries because I've only got a few 21700 Mechs, and the ones that I've got are the Samsung 30Ts that I'm using. But I don't even know, and that was 2, 3, maybe 4 years ago, maybe even longer. Yeah, about 4 years ago, I got them. But obviously, I don't think they do the Samsung 30Ts anymore, or I can't seem to find them. So even I need to check out what 21700 batteries to get now, or which ones are good now. So I think I'm in the bit of the same boat as you, where 21700s are, but it's all a matter of looking after your batteries as well. If you look after your batteries, they last longer as well. If you don't discharge them too low and whatnot and all that. Because I think Molicel do a 21700s, but not many people stock them. I mean, I want to get a good injection of batteries soon. I don't know if you guys know Cell Supply. Now, Cell Supply, they wholesale and public sale. Now, the only problem with public sale is you've got to spend a minimum of £50 for batteries before you can make an order. So eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to save up some money and just buy a whole load of 18650s and some 21700s from them because they're cheap as well. They're not much money, but these suppliers are people that supply shops and stuff and all that, and companies online, they supply them with these Molicel batteries, and they're a fraction of the price, so you'd get a lot of batteries for your money, basically. I mean, you have to spend 50 quid, but I think I've worked out 50 quid, I can get about 4 or 6 21700s and about 10 or 12 18650s for 50 quid. It might even be more than that, but you know, I can get a decent injection of batteries. Yeah, there were. When 21700s came out, Dion, they were a popular battery to use. There was a Samsung 30Ts, and I think there was a 40T as well, which is the two batteries that I've got. Now, I don't use 21700s that often. I think that's why I've had them so long, so they haven't been used as much. But look after them. I don't keep them completely charged or completely discharged. I keep them at a good level. But yeah, I've been using probably my Samsung 30Ts more the past year than I have since I've really got them. I got the 21700s for the topside single, and obviously the OG Pulse AIO, the original one that took a 21700. So that's one of the reasons why I got the 21700s. But now I've got 21700 Mechs. I use them in Mechs more than I use them in anything else. You Vindicator. You're one lucky sod, you know that. I haven't got a Kennedy Mech. I'd love one, but it's just a matter of one coming up at a time that I can afford it, or somebody selling it for the price that I want one for. But I've even heard Kennedy, they don't actually make Mech mods and stuff now. They do tactile gear, but they have been known that if you contact them and wanting something like a Mech, he's been known to make somebody a Mech if they really, really wanted one. But I'd love a Kennedy Mech, a Vindicator, or Just anyone apart from the one that has the Kennedy RDA attached to the Mech that you can't take it off. I wouldn't have one of them. Because obviously you have to build on it and then you have to fire it on it as well. And it's not, I mean, we might have done that back in the day, back in 2013, 14 and all that. Or even before that, we used to maybe fire coils on a Mech. But obviously it's not advisable. You need to really fire your coils on a regulated mod for something like that. Also, did you buy your Kennedy directly from Kennedy or did you buy it off somebody? Because I might be wrong, he might still be doing it, but I know he's more on his tactile gear now than he is on vape mods and stuff like that. That Dubai chocolate does taste tasty on this. That switch is coming loose a bit. There we are, that's better. Yeah, that Dubai chocolate tastes really good on here. I'll put some more on there. Stay hydrated. That can go in the bin now. Oh, direct from them. Was that recently, or was that a bit of time ago? That Dubai chocolate is tasty in this. Tasty, tasty, tasty. My nose at the moment. Time ago. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I want, but I can't afford at the moment. One of the reasons why I like retro stuff, because you can pick up some old stuff right cheap, you know. But some people will sell stuff and they don't even know what they've got, and you can get a bargain. But definitely, I would love at least one Kennedy Mech in my collection. Because all the clones that I have, I always try and source, if I can, an authentic. Whether it's the same thing that I've got or just something of that company's that's authentic. Excuse me. I'm really, really surprised that the tube isn't heating up. Normally, chain vaping it like that, your tube can get not hot but warm. That isn't even warm. Yeah, I'm the same, Dion. I'm like that. I'm on sites. I'm on obviously groups on Facebook as well, and private sales and stuff like that. So I'm the same. If I can pick something up cheap, I'll grab it if I can. whether it's something that's good or even something that's not good. I mean, if you catch my live stream a couple of weeks back or 3 weeks back, I did one of the Hell's Gates, which is an old style that's got the 2 RDAs on top. Now, the mod, perfect, but the RDAs that came with it were shit. Didn't matter what build I put on it, round wire build, a modern build on it, I just could not get flavour from it. Clouds, yeah. Poof, yeah. But RDAs, shit. But I was more interested in the mod rather than the RDAs, because you can put 2 RDAs on the same mod. But I think what I like about it is if you're just using the mod, you can choose where you have your RDA. So you can have it away from the switch or on the same side of the switch. I don't think I'll ever use it with 2 RDAs on it. I think I just like the fact that I can put 2 RDAs on or choose which side I want my RDA on. And dual battery. Dual battery parallel mod. Yeah. Can't complain about the mod, but the RDAs, shit. And I do own a few RDAs that are crap or shit. That I probably will eventually get round to doing, but it's not so much of a good stream if you're doing something that you know is going to be crap at the end of it. But I will say, if it's not good, it's not good. Or what I don't think is good. Everybody's different. What I might think is delicious and tasty, another person might think, I didn't think that was a good RDA or even tasty or even that. Doesn't matter what juice I'm putting on this, it's tasty. What else can I try? Probably the worst RDA that I've ever tried was the Turbo RDA. Anybody remember the Turbo RDA? That sounded like a kazoo when you took a vape from it. Which I think I do have one of them. And I haven't got it because I think it's good. I have it just so I can have it in my collection. Let's have a look in this. Because here I've got tanks that I either don't use or are broken in some way. Is it in here? No, it isn't. Oh, it might be. Might be in this tissue. Yeah, it is. There. Turbo RDA. Now this sounded like a kazoo because it had a fan there. In there. Now I know you can't see in there, but I cut the fan out because I couldn't stand the sound of it. But yeah, that wasn't a good RDA at all. I mean, it looked good. It had a glass strip tip like that. Anyway, it had a glass strip tip like that. But yeah, that was an absolute atrocity of an RDA, that was. Yeah, I did have a goon. For the life of me, I can't remember what happened to it. But yeah, I'm trying to get an authentic OG goon. I think you can maybe abroad get the 1.5 goon or that other one. I can't remember. There was another goon was it the LP goon, a right short one? But I think Amazon have got a goon. Obviously not authentic, it's a clone. But they've got them. Anyway, while I've got this out, let me show you. So this was one of my favourite RTAs, the Griffin. Oh, the Griffin. I am trying to find another one of these Griffin RTAs. This is the 25mm one, not the 22mm one. And this was a great RDA. Now, the problem I have with it, I was cleaning it one day, because when I clean my RTAs and stuff, I don't just get that piece and I drop it in. I will take the 510 pin out, I'll take the deck out and everything and clean it properly. Only my 510 pin broke there trying to unscrew it out. Now the top part of the screw is still in the deck there, but the other part of the screw is gone. Now I'm even thinking of yeah, there was a 22mm, 25mm, then they came like this without top airflow, and then they came with a top airflow. But then they brought out other ones that were similar, like the Gemini. Anybody remember the Gemini, which was very, very similar to the Griffin, very similar to the Griffin. But so was the Heracles RTA, which I do have one. Where are we? Come on, get in there. So this was very similar to the Griffin, the Heracles. Same deck, same everything on the Heracles. The only difference was the airflow and the drip tip. But as you can see, the deck is exactly the same as the Griffin. And it's one of the only reasons I probably could take that pin out and put it in the Griffin, but because that broke, I haven't gone near that 510 pin. But I still build that. I still use that. The Heracles RTA. Yeah, a great RTA for an old RTA, that. Oh, you have a Heracles as well, do you, Dion? Heracles used to do good tanks back in the day, not just RTAs, just the sub-ohm tanks. They had really, really good coils in their sub-ohm tanks. Heracles were really, really big back then. What else have I got here? So, as you can see, I've got the original TFV4. Now, I can't use this because the O-rings, I can't find any O-rings for it. And I can't find my box for this particular one, so I can't get the spare O-rings on that one. Yeah, they were top. I mean, even now I think you can get Heracles tanks and they're still good. So the this one's not the O. Oh, was this one the OG? Yeah, the 25mm TFV4 was the OG, and then they brought out a 22mm. I think the first RTA that had the swivel top like that. And this came out when the Atlantis and the sub-ohm, the Kanga sub-tank were popular, and the Nautilus. And I think out of those three tanks, even the Nautilus today are still really, really good tanks. Really, really good tanks. The Mew tank. Now the deck insulator has melted on this because we used to put really low builds on this, but it was the Mew tank, and I'm sure it was made by Mutation X that did the Mutation X RDAs. So that I can't use because that's broken. Same with the Fancier. That's just broken. Doesn't make connection. Now this was a weird tank because it had the deck at the bottom, the tank at the top. You had to wick it the opposite way. You had to wick it up rather than down, and it was one of those where you either built it right or it was shit, basically. And then you put your juice went into the top, and then it wicked down to that, and then it came with one of them RDA caps, so you could use it in RDA version as well. Triton. So the Triton came out after the Atlantis. So this is an Aspire Triton tank. There. Now this can be used, and it does have a rebuildable thingy for it. It's just you can't really put a decent build on that. That is a rebuildable head for the Triton, but you'd have to use something like a 28 gauge and above build on that. You couldn't put like a 24, 26 or 24 gauge build on that. But yeah, there was that one that I've got in here. And then just a lot of spare glasses, really, for stuff that I've got. And the Mutation X V4 was this? Yeah, the V4. And I've got two of these. Got one in silver as well. I've got a white one and a silver one. That was the V4s. Now, I didn't like these as much. These were good RTAs, but what I didn't like about them is because they had undercoil airflow, you could hardly drip any juice on them because they just piss out of those bottom airflows. And they did give you bungs to put in them, but that didn't really make much of a difference. Stopping that juice from coming out there. What else? And I've just got bits and bobs in that. And I do have drawers with am I back, guys? Thanks for telling me about the mic. Let's get that one on charge. So can you hear me now, guys? Hopefully you can hear me now. You should be able to hear me now. Or hopefully be able to hear me now. Can you hear me now? Sound like Ali G, don't I? Hear me now. Hear me now. I've got my mic. So like this. Anybody remember this? The Limitless tank. It's a sub-ohm tank. Now that's brand new and never been used. Still in the box. I think did these have, I can't remember if these had the, did these have the coils that lit up? I can't even remember now. I know Limitless did a tank that lit up. The coils lit up. Yeah. These coils light up when you vape on them. Can you see that little circuit board just there with the lights? So it had LED lights in them, which I thought was pretty stupid and silly, really. But yeah, you'd vape on it and the coils would light up, I think green with it. Something like that. But yeah, that's never been used. Airflow looks like it comes from underneath there. What is that? Does that go on there? I don't know. Is that a top cap? No. But yeah, that's never been used, and that's, like I say, yeah. So that was the one with the light up coil. Was it iJoy Maxus tank that used to do the same? It used to light up, the coils used to light up. The iJoy Maxus tank, I think it was. But yeah, that's a sub-ohm tank. I'm not going to use it. I don't vape a sub-ohm tank. I suppose if I ever got in a pinch and I just needed to vape something, I'd vape it. But yeah, that's brand new, never been used. If I ever get a sub-ohm tank, I always used to source an RBA for it. Like my Colito tanks, I used to get an RBA for it. My, oh, what's the name of it? UL Crown, I got an RBA section for it. Just any tank that I had that was a sub-ohm tank, I'd get an RBA section for it. But Limitless, yeah, they did. I did, Dion. I think everybody did. I sort of like transferred from using a stick pen to getting my Kanga sub tank mini and everything. And within 6 months, I were on a RDA and a Mech. And I think I've still got that as well. Where's my... Right there. I've still got my original tank. Yeah. That's my original sub-tank mini from back in the day. And I think has that got the RBA section in it? Yeah, that one's got the RBA section in it. What was good about Kangatech back in the day, you could get one that had the RBA section in it. But yeah, it came with 2 coils and an RBA section. But yeah, that that doesn't half take me back, that doesn't half. Just think back in the day, we used to think these were the shit. Back in the day, they were like, what coil are you running on that? I'm running this coil on it, on all this, that and the other. But yeah, I think I've got 2 of them. I think I've got a brand new one as well, but I think this one's my OG that I used to use back in the day. Sub-tank mini. Like I say, I've got drawers of stuff that I don't even use anymore. Because I either don't use them because of sub-ohm tanks or they just don't vape them no more. Yeah, Dion, I look back on stuff we used to think were the shit that I think now, and I think, you know what? They want the shit. We used to just think they were the shit. But then that's what was out. I think it was the TFV4, I think that changed it for sub-ohm tanks because they had those big massive coils you could run over 100 watts. And back then you were getting box mods that were 100 watts, 150 watts. So people wanted to try this sub-ohm tank that wasn't rebuildable, that you could push at 100 watts, 120 watts, 130 watts, you know, and stuff like that. I'm just trying to think now, what came out after that? The next big tank that came out after that. I can't even remember. But like you, Dion, back then, Heracles, they had a good market back then, you know, of tanks and stuff. They did brilliant tanks, spot on tanks. Coils were top notch on them. And people used to vape them. People used to buy them. People used to love them. Just thinking of tanks now. Anybody remember the Delta tank? Now, I can't remember. That was a sub-ohm tank, wasn't the Delta tank? I can't remember what company it was. But anybody remember the Delta tank? I think I might have had one of them back in the day. Battery's kicking ass as well. I haven't got a drop from it. Right, let me try something different. So I like this one. This is an ice melonade, and I don't like ice flavours, but this has just got a hint of ice. Let's see how this tastes in there. Let that soak up. So does anybody remember the Delta tank? The Delta tank. Where are we? Got a computer right here where I can check. Oh. Yeah, but that Dion was way back in the day. I'm talking maybe between 2012, 2013, maybe 14. I'm just trying to see if I can find it on my computer here. No, not it. It was made by Joytech, I think, the Delta tank. Any pictures? Let me just see. Oh, yeah. There we are. Right, so. Let's see if I can. Will that work? So I'm trying to send it to my phone, but I don't know if that will work. Because obviously I'm using my phone to film. No. Sorry guys, just bear with me for 1 second. No, that's music. Come on. Images. No, that did not work. iPhone 15 Pro Max is what it is. So will that let me, will it work better if I save it? But yeah, this was a good tank back in the day. I remember this tank. Right. No, I don't want to do that. Idiot. Let's see if I can airdrop this to my phone and then I can put it on the screen. No, it doesn't want to. No, it doesn't want to airdrop to my phone. No. No, there's nothing on there. Come on. Why don't you want to work? No, guys, it doesn't. I wish it would let me so I could drop this thing, but yeah, it was the Delta. It was just called the Delta tank, and that was by Joytech, the Delta tank. Very, very good tank. Back in the day, I think I did have one, and that was, what was that? What year was that? Let me see if there's any videos on this. So yeah, 2015-ish is what I remember. It was what I don't remember. I mean, what it's saying on here about 2015-ish was when it was released. So yeah, it was one of those tanks that were popular, very popular. But there wasn't very many tanks out there. I mean, that was the era where things were just coming out, and there was a lot more modders and stuff like that, people making stuff and stuff. It's what I call the best times of vaping was back then. Oh, even that tastes better on a Fralien. So this one, you taste more the melon. And one thing that I do like about this cotton as well, if you've never tried it, it can withstand a lot of heat, so you can more or less vape your coil cotton dry before it'll burn. And to say that I put 3 different juices on this cotton, the flavour's coming through like I've just dripped it. Right. So just gonna change my battery out. This is what I like about this. It's, you know, for a clone, that is so smooth. I'm hardly putting any pressure on that button, and it's just buttery smooth. That right, that one needs to go back on charge. Let me get another one, fresh one, same Molly cell P28. I mean, look at that. I mean, just hardly any effort whatsoever putting that on. So there we are, a bit more pep to that now. I mean, that's just elevated it. So I've tried it with both airflows open. I've vaped it with the indirect open. So I'll try with just the indirect. Sorry, the direct is now closed and I've just got the indirect open. See how that goes. Much tighter draw. It's like a very restricted direct lung. Yeah, I think I like it better with just the indirect airflow, or the airflow that goes underneath the coils. Like that. Those coils are kicking ass. Absolutely kicking ass. Right, what else can we talk about? Did anybody like the Faro from Rip Trippers? And I'm not talking about the RTA, I'm talking about the RDA, sort of RDA that he brought out. Anybody remember the Faro RDA? I do have one of them. Anybody used to watch Rip Trippers back in the day? Because he was better back in the day than he was now. He went a bit weird. He's gone a bit weird now. I think everybody went off Rip Trippers when he did that knuckle, dry knuckle and elbow thing. If anybody remembers that. I'm liking all this juice in here. Let that soak up a bit. And it's getting hella cloudy in here. Oh. Try and keep stuff tidy. So like I say, does anybody remember Rip Trippers? Anybody remember the Faro RDA? Not the RTA, I never had the RTA. People said the RTA was shit. But I do have a Faro RDA. And to me, it's not shit, but it's not great. It's not a great RDA. Nothing to really write home about. Oh, this proper rowdy, this. Right, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope you enjoyed the view a bit better with this rig that I've got in front of me. Obviously, you can't see it, but I've normally got it on this thing here, which I have here for FaceTime when I've got it there, right? And I move this there, where you are looking at me now. And it didn't annoy me much when you're talking directly at me like it is now. But close-ups and seeing the coils and getting you in the right position where you can see better. Obviously, the build, you can see the build better. So I hope you enjoyed that. So it's only going to get better. Something will change along the road as well. I'm trying to make things more better and more enjoyable for people to watch. So shout out to all of you that come in through the live, and shout out to all of you on the replay crew. Like I say, the best way you can help the channel is to like, subscribe, comment, and also share. Helps get my channel noticed out there as well, and gets those videos pumped up to the right people who want to see it as well. Because YouTube doesn't like us vapors, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. So you people that watch me, you people that watch, those likes, those comments, those shares mean more to building this channel than anything. As well as my social medias as well. Like I say, Nightbot's done its rounds tonight. Social media on Instagram and Facebook. Also, there was a Buy Me a Coffee link. If you want to do so, you don't have to. Anyone that buys me a coffee will get pumped straight back into this channel to make this channel even better. So if you're on the hashtag replay crew as well, I will post a link in the comments if you're watching this once it's uploaded, if you wish to do so also as well. And I think I'll leave it there, guys. It's been a brilliant stream. It's been fun messing around with different wires and going out of my comfort zone a bit. So that's been great as well, being able to share that with you guys. And I hope you enjoy the content. Keep tuning in. I'm here every Tuesday at 8 p.m. every week, unless something changes, and then I'll put a post out anyway. But if you follow me on Instagram, I put posts out. I remind people, obviously, of my lives and stuff like that. So you'll always think, and then obviously if you're subscribed as well, you'll get notified as well when I go live. Here every week, like I say, without fail, trying to bring you some good content, get you looking at some of my collection, building coils, having a chat, talking about the old days and stuff like that. So I won't ramble on anymore, and I'll see you guys next week. Don't forget, vape safe, love and respect, love you all. Thanks so much for all the support that you're showing me, and it's you guys that keep me behind the camera as well. Love you all. Love you all. So I'll leave it there, guys, and I'll speak to you soon on social media. If not, it'll be next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you soon.